Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 hearings on our morning calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party and to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Now let us turn to our calendar. Our first calendar item today is a protest hearing status case number 24 PRO 00074, Bloom at North, license number 127912. Good morning, Mr. Oriella. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Morning, Chairman. Antonio Bullock, your access has been elevated, and I don't see the protestant.
Okay. Mr. Bullock, do you have a camera to turn on, sir?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Hold on. Good morning, Mr. Bullock. Can you spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Good morning. Antonio Bullock, ANTONIO BULLOCK.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I'm the owner of Bloom and North.
Now, this is a protest hearing for a new license, and I do not see the protestant at this hearing. And this is a hearing that was scheduled for 10:30. It's 10:31, and the protestant is not here. This is a new license. Once we're at a protest hearing, there are 2 hearings that are mandatory for the parties to appear. It's mandatory for the parties to appear at the roll call hearing, and it's also mandatory for the parties to appear at the protest hearing status. The protestant is not here. I have not received any motions from the protestants asking for continuation. So unless there is something else I am missing, I'm inclined to make a motion to dismiss the protest. And one of the reasons why I would do this is, in this particular case, this matter was protested by ANC 4C. In reviewing the protest letter, there are 7 members in this ANC. And so any ANC member should any ANC member, any member of the commission should be available to come on the phone this morning to as a placeholder. It's not specific that it has to be any specific ANC representative. All that's required from the 7-member ANC is that one ANC member shows up today to be in the record. If there's any questions, and if you want to make any representation, sir, because I'll make a motion to dismiss the ANC.
No question, sir.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to dismiss the protest. The reasons why the board will be voting to dismiss the protest is that it is mandatory at a protest that is hearing for the parties to be here. And since there's no representative from the ANC here, I'll make a motion for the protest to be dismissed. Once, if the board approves this motion, the ANC will be given 10 days to give reasonable notice why they failed to appear this morning. Unless the ANC can do that, then the board will advise the agency to move forward with the process towards issuing the license. So I make a motion that the protest by the ANC be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. What the board has ruled this morning is to dismiss the protest by the ANC. The board will issue a board order dismissing the protest. The ANC, however, will be given 10 days to provide us reasonable notice, why is it that they failed to, why one of the 7 members from this ANC failed to appear at this roll call hearing, at this protest hearing status this morning. Unless the ANC can provide this board with reasonable notice why they failed to appear today, the board will order the agency to move forward procedurally in approving to follow whatever steps that are required towards issuing the license. All right. Any questions, sir?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next case in our calendar is case number 24PRO00067, Fogo de Chao, license number 128586. This case has been continued until September 11th at 10:30 a.m. And the next case on our calendar, now this is a cease and desist hearing. The board issued this is for UCB live members only. The board had issued a cease and desist order by issuing board order number 224-478. And the owner of the establishment had requested a hearing on the board cease and desist order. So, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in the next case?
Sure. Michael Bailey, your access has been elevated. And Investigator Lakita Coates, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, Mr. Bailey, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Here.
All right. Ms. Coates, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning. Lakita, L-A-K-E-T-A, Coates, C-O-A-T-E-S.
Good morning, Ms. Coates. And where are you currently employed, Ms. Coates?
I'm currently employed at the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Administration for the District of Columbia.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bailey, can you spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Michael Bailey, Michaelbailey.
Good morning, Mr. Bailey.
Good morning.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
the board issued a cease and desist order, which is board order number 2024-478. And basically that board order basically stated that you were operating an illegal establishment without having a license, that you were the board basically issued an order ordered you to cease distributing, purchasing, selling, serving, or otherwise permitting the consumption of alcoholic beverage or otherwise allowing third party to engage in such activities at 3328 Georgia Avenue Northwest and any other location until such time as you have a license. And so the purpose of this hearing this morning is that you are challenging this order, sir. So can you just let us know what is it? Why? Well, maybe you can tell us why you're asking the board to remove its cease and desist order.
Thank you. I'm actually not challenging it. It's more me clearing it up and just giving you my understanding of what occurred to cause this cease and desist order. I was unaware of the type of events that I was having inside of 3328. I was unaware that alcohol couldn't be served there during them private parties, so I didn't know that. I had it set up where it was private events with security there, and it wasn't open to the public, so I didn't think that I would have that issue. An incident occurred, and the police came, and that's what happened. And then that's when someone told me, a few people told me actually, that I needed to have a license there to sell alcohol there, and I had to even have a caterer there. If I'm gonna have food and alcohol there, they have to have their catering license put up, presented on the front of the building, visible for someone can see it. This is my first year starting a new business. I actually was helping a partner out. I came in as a partner to manage the lounge, and I just made a mistake, just honestly. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. And I am trying to go about this the right way. I just now secured my catering license with my shared kitchen and everything with tastemakers. So I just got the inspection done, and I'm just waiting for them to review the inspection and send me the certificate of occupancy for that catering company that I have just started.
So 3328 Georgia Avenue, that is a commercial space, sir?
Yes, sir.
So are you aware that it's illegal to serve alcohol in a commercial space in the District of Columbia without having some type of license, in the sense that you can apply for a temporary 1 day substantial change, you can apply for a caterer's license, or you can apply for a business license? Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes. Yeah, I'm fully aware of that now.
Let me see. So you said that you have applied for a caterer's license from our agency?
Yes, I have. I applied for a catering license, and I was approved actually. And now I'm just waiting for the certificate of occupancy. They just did the inspection at Tastemakers on 10th and Franklin Street Northeast yesterday.
So when did you apply for the caterer's license, and when was that approved?
I applied for the caterer's license as soon as I got the cease and desist order placed against me, and I was told by a few people what I needed to do to get the right thing done. I applied for it, so that probably just maybe a few weeks ago, and I just got the inspection done yesterday, so that's pretty much the last process.
All right. So, Mr. Bailey, pull your camera down a little bit. I can't really see I can see that's better. I
Okay.
was seeing the top of your head.
Okay.
So, Mr. Bailey, what is your business plan, sir? Tell me what is it? What type of business are you operating? What is your long-term goal to operate this business?
For actually at 3328, I'm actually leaving there in September. I'll be out of there by September the 19th, and I'm trying to now secure a new location and get my liquor license there, ABC license there for that. I have a catering license right now, Eat to Live Catering, and I'm starting that up, and that's just to do parties and stuff, and in certain spaces that I'm allowed to do it at, community spaces and places like that, until I get a brick and mortar or like a location that I can actually operate and open up a full like lounge situation where I have a bar, food, maybe a pool table. So that's what that's the plans I have, coming up for this year. That's what I want to do.
So your long-term um, plan is that you're going to open and operate a brick and mortar building, and that you will be applying for the proper license to operate a brick and mortar building. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I'm in the process of that actually right now.
And so you're saying that the caterer license that you have now applied for, you're not using that license to basically operate a club. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not, because I don't have a club to do that. I will have to get what you call it, a public hall license and things like that. And for this actual building at 3328, I'm working with someone, so I'm not like on the lease. I'm with a partner. The initial guy, Devon Duckett, I'm working with him. I'm a part of his company. He has the lease. I just was managing the lounge. So I want to get my own establishment. So that's why I say in September, I'm out. I'm leaving in September.
So, and you're also aware, Mr. Bailey, that you're in the process of applying for license, and so therefore, if the board finds that you continue to operate without having some type of license, you're aware that that's not going to be positively looked on by the board in granting you a permanent license. Are you aware of that?
I'm very aware of that. That's when I read the cease and desist order, and it said that I can't do any selling of alcohol or having it on the premises and everything. I got right on top of it and did it the right way with the catering license application and filled that out and got everything straight with that. And then I actually got I requested a hearing so I can talk to you guys so I can get cleared. So moving forward, when I do try to apply for a liquor license and I get a brick and mortar location, I wouldn't have these problems, hopefully, with securing it.
All right, thanks. Any questions by any board members?
No, I don't.
No. I was asking the board members if they
Oh,
had
okay,
any
I'm
questions
sorry.
of you.
Okay.
Well, since I am I'm glad that you have taken the cease and desist order in to heart and look at the seriousness of this matter, and that, as you have stated, that you have now taken the appropriate action to apply for a caterer's license to short term to continue to do events. Now, you are also aware that by having a caterer's license, and if you're going to have events, that alcohol is supposed to be incidental to the food. Are you aware of that? That you're
Yes.
supposed to have sufficient food for the event, and so therefore we're talking about that it's catering and that you're providing alcohol. It's not like you have a whole lot of alcohol and no food. So I just want you to be aware of that. That the food is the alcohol is supposed to be incidental to the food. It's not, the alcohol should not be the main feature of what you're doing, sir.
Absolutely. I'm aware of that.
All right, sir. I guess you're not challenging the cease and desist order. So I guess the board, there's no need for the board to remove the order. It's you have stated that you are aware and that you are complying by no longer selling and serving alcohol illegally, and that you have applied for the proper license to maintain your business. And I just want to say that, sir, I do hope that since you have applied for a license and you're going to look for applying for a permanent license, that you comply with the law, because I will not look favorable on granting an application if you continue to that you were warned and told what the law is, and of course you've stated that you were not aware what the law was. Now you're aware of the law, and so if you have applied for a license and if you continue to operate by selling and serving alcohol in a commercial space, whether or not it's a private party or as long as it is in a commercial space, you must get a license. And you, as you said, that you have a caterer's license. You can also apply for a one-day substantial change. I'm sorry, a temporary one-day license. These are yeah. I just want to make sure that go ahead, sir.
From my understanding, I needed to talk to the board so I can be in the clear to move forward. I didn't want to go and apply for an ABC liquor license with a brick or mortar or not, and did not address this cease and desist order. So my thing is, I needed to get this clear up so I can let you guys know that I'm on the right page when it comes to going about the proper steps to getting the official legal license to serve alcohol and food, which I was doing at the event at the lounge that I was operating out of. So,
well, you can reach out to the licensing division, sir. Our agency, we're not a got you agency. You can come to our agency and state, I don't know what I'm doing. As far as I don't know what are the requirements to operate under the license, and we will provide you the guidance, sir. We do have training that's available. If you go on our website, you will see all the different trainings that we have for new licenses or for people who are thinking that they want to open a business. So so you can go you can go to you can reach out to our agency to provide some guidance. Let me just get some clarification from you. Tell me about, you're saying that you're undergoing, and this is a side. I just want to get some clarification on what you said. So you said you applied for a caterer's license, is that correct? And which was granted to you, is that correct?
yes, that's without alcohol though. I don't have alcohol license. It's just food.
All right. So you didn't apply for caterer's license from our agency, or what's this taste? What's this taste? What's this tastemakers? What's it?
That's a shared kitchen that you have to have if you don't have your own brick or mortar or kitchen. You have to get a shared kitchen to get a certificate of occupancy and a business license to be a caterer.
All right. And so
I secured that part. I'm saying that to get an alcohol license as well attached to the caterer's license, which is a separate application, I wanted to be in the clear with the ABC license department with the cease and desist order. When you apply for a caterer's license, then you wanna also apply for alcohol. They ask you on the application, do you have any infractions or anything against you or your company that's applying for the alcohol license? So I answered yes, so I didn't want to, I wanted to get the cease and desist order, lift before I started, trying to apply for ABC license moving forward.
Well, I have to commend you on that, sir, that you have taken this cease and desist order to heart, that we issued the order, and you're trying to comply with the law to ensure that you can get your caterer's license. All right, that's fine, sir. I hear what you have to state, and of course the board has to approve at some point when the license is applied for. The board will make the decision, and so we will take note that we did issue a cease and desist and that you did comply. You are complying with the law, and I just want to remind you, sir, that you cannot operate. You cannot sell or serve alcohol in a commercial space until you have some type of license, sir.
I understand that. I
All
fully
right.
understand that.
All right. All right. So if you want the ABC board to look favorably on your application moving forward when you submit your caterer's license to serve alcohol, sir, I'm hoping that this is the only blemish that is on your that will be on your application, that a cease and desist was issued, and that since the cease and desist was issued, you are no longer selling or serving alcohol in a commercial space. All right?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank
You
you.
have a great day. All right.
All right.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Ms. Coates. All right. All right. The next case on our calendar, we have a fact-finding hearing on Aurora Market, license number 128027. Mr. Oriana, good morning again. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good thing. Mr. Pablo Ortiz, your access has been elevated. And Chief of Licensing, Sean Gordy, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Gordy, can you spell and state your name for the record and your relationship with the agency?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Sean Gordy, SEAN Gordy, Chief Licensing Officer for the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
Good morning, Mr. Gordy. Mr. Ortiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment, sir?
Good morning, Chairman Anderson, board members, and as well as Mr. Gordy. My name is Pablo Ortiz, PABLO ORTIZ.
So what is your relationship to the case Aurora Market, sir? Tell me this case. Just tell me what is your relationship.
Yes, Chairman Anderson, I am the owner of Visionary Management Association doing business as Aurora Cannabis.
So Visionary Management, and so you're applying for a cannabis license?
Yes, sir.
And what type of license are you applying for? What type of license are you applying for?
This will be a internet retailer's license.
Is this the only cannabis license that you are applying for, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you currently have any other license in the District of Columbia that's been issued by our agency?
Yes, sir. I do own a retail grocery store that has two licenses from ABRA that is at a separate location. We have a Class A license as well as a Class C tavern license.
And what business is that?
That is Aurora Market.
And what's this location?
That location is located at 500 Irving Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20010 in Ward 1.
Now, where's Visionary Market?
Located at 500 Irving Street Northwest, Chairman.
So you're planning to serve. So 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 you have a CT and an A, and now you're applying for an internet retailer license to to sell cannabis in the same location. So explain that to me, sir.
No, sir, that's incorrect. The internet retailer license that we have applied for, that we're in discussion for, is located at a different location. That address is 2006.
No, hold on. But I thought I asked you. You told me that Visionary Market. So what is what's Visionary Market, and what's the address for that art? Okay. What is Visionary Market? Tell me about
Yes,
that application.
yes, Chairman, I'll clarify. So Visionary Management Association is a parent company, and we have two DBAs. One as Aurora Market, located at 500 Irving Street Northwest, and the second DBA that for the proposed location for the internet retailer license will be at 2006 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast, Washington, D.C. 20018.
And so the cannabis location would be where?
It'll be located at the 2006 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast location, Chairman.
Okay, sorry. So so 2006 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast. What else is at that location? Is there any other license active or pending license at this location?
There is another business, separate entity that has a retail grocery store there as well, with another Class B license.
And what are you affiliated with that? What business is there? Not is there any affiliation with that business at that location?
At that location, it is solely owned by another individual at that location, and they own and operate on the first floor. And our proposal will be to operate our internet retailer in the basement or second floor.
No. Are you related in any way to the operator of that business?
The operator of that business there is a relationship. That is my wife, who owns and operates that business.
And what business is that, sir?
That is another Aurora Market location under a different LLC.
So so Aurora Market at 2006 Rhode Island. That's by a separate LLC, and you're saying it's separate and apart. It's operated by your wife. Do you have any? I mean, outside of the fact that it is your wife, do you have any management relationship with that business?
No, they're both independently owned and operated.
Mr. Gordy, hold on, let me see. Let me get some clarification. Who's Aurora Enterprises LLC that applied for a substantial change from I guess from a retailer B to a retailer. Yeah, is that your business there? I just want to get some clarification.
Chairman, no, that is the business that is owned by my wife, Rahel Casa.
Okay. All right. Uh, all right. Now, all right. So tell me about and because this is one agency, we are aware of applications being filed by yourself and your wife for certain addresses. So let me ask you, sir, for you had provided some information to. Okay, so tell me about the 2000 Rhode Island Avenue. All right. So at that address, you want to operate a internet retail. You're applying for a internet retailer license. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman.
All right. That's at the. And if approved, what other businesses will be at that address?
The only businesses that would be at that address is the existing business, which is the Aurora Market under Aurora Enterprises, and that would be occupying the first floor. Our internet retailer, we would operate in the basement floor.
All right. So you're saying that is it a separate entrance? So how can I get? So tell me about physically. Tell me about the business in the sense of you have the is there any physical how is the basement separated from the rest of the business?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So main entrance for Aurora Market would be ground floor facing the Rhode Island Avenue side of 2006. And then essentially we would operate the internet retailer on the opposite side where we'd have backdoor access to the retailer side. And essentially what my proposal is to essentially secure access via additional walls as well as an extra entry point so we can physically secure access to both locations independently.
Well, currently you cannot independently access you cannot independently access the basement of the building without going through the first floor. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect. We could actually independently access each location as of today.
But can I easily move from the basement to the first floor without exiting the building?
Currently, yes. In our proposed plans, we identified how we would lay out, and we were just waiting for, of course, the final verification if we can implement that plan. And essentially, it would just be the means of adding an entryway, a physical entryway, to separate the two floors.
Now, I guess let me ask you a question. So what is your intended business model to operate one or more medical cannabis business at the same location? Meaning that is it there either you or your wife? What will be at the 2006 Rhode Island Avenue? Is it just what specifically? What would be at that address? So you're saying that there is a retailer A/CT business that I think your wife owns, and I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, just to clarify, at this location, we only have the retailer's license, Class B, that's doing the substantial change of Class A under Aurora Enterprises. The CT license and the other alcohol licenses at the other location at 500 Irving Street, sir.
All right. So at the 2006 Rhode Island Avenue, the long-term plan is that retailer A will be, because that's the placard to change to a retailer A at that establishment. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, and it's not solely a liquor store. We actually are a retail grocery store, and then we have that license in addition.
All right, that's fine. No, but I'm just saying, I'm just looking at the. All right, and in the same building, in the basement, you are applying for an internet license to sell cannabis. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, that is correct.
And those are the only two businesses that would be at this address.
Yes, Chairman.
All right. And so you're saying that your long-term plan is, if these licenses are approved, is that there would be a complete separation of the businesses, that you could independently access the basement where the internet retailer cannabis will be, and that will be separate and apart from the first floor where the alcohol business will be. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Chairman.
Now, I know you're sharing, you're shaking I'm sorry. You're bowing your head to say, shaking your head to say, yes, you agree, but we have a court reporter, so that's one of the reasons I asked, because the court reporter can't see that you're agreeing with me, so that I need you to give an answer so the transcript can accurately reflect that. Now, are you applying for a medical cannabis retailer license?
Is this, are you referring to storefront or internet?
Storefront.
Yeah, so on my wife's side, for that, yes, we would apply for that at that location. And if that one was approved, what we would do is relocate the existing grocery store about a half mile up the street to a new proposed location on Rhode Island. And then we would operate the first floor as the storefront retailers, and then bottom would continue to operate as internet.
But I guess the bottom line is that, but is that you or your wife? So you would have the internet and your wife would have or is it that you have the other business?
That would be correct.
So if approved, what interest, if any, do you have in your wife's business?
They are both independently owned and operated.
So you're saying you don't have any interest, I mean, outside the fact that she's your wife, you do not have any interest in her business?
No, we have found that it's easier to separate business endeavors in this way.
And are you also stating that you have no management or control of your wife's business?
I do not have any management or control of that business. However, if she asked me for advice, of course, with my experience, and of course, I would lend that to her, but nothing officially.
Does she have any management and control of your business?
Absolutely not.
Because I'm asking the question because you might not have it in hers, but she might have in yours.
No, sir.
Mr. Gordy, maybe you can share with us why are we here today from your perspective? You are over licensing, and so you are aware of the licenses that were applied by Mr. Ortiz and also by his wife, and also the locations that are being proposed. So tell us, what is it that you have in front of you as far as applications, sir?
Will do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, Mr. Ortiz. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mr. Gordon. It's good to see you. How
Good
about
to see you
yourself?
too. Not bad. Thank you. Good to see you. Mr. Chairman, so what we have on file to date, and I'm glad Mr. Ortiz was a bit more transparent. are several applications submitted by both entities that he mentioned, the Aurora Enterprises, as well as Division Management, which Mr. Ortiz is the sole operator, 100% owner of Vision Management, and his wife that he mentioned, Rahil Casa, is 100% owner of Aurora Enterprises. Both espouse to operate at 2006 Rhode Island Avenue. And on as late as July 12th, we asked of Mr. Ortiz some additional information in terms of how businesses will operate out of the same space. He provided us with floor maps and diagrams, et cetera. And so with those two businesses, now three with an alcohol licenses operating at the one location, we found that Mr. Ortiz is in fact intertwined with the application for the retailer, and his wife is intertwined with the internet retailer. Intertwining meaning that there are background checks for both in both applications, personal information authorization, business information authorization releases. So there are documentations scattered throughout both applications that make mention to both.
So
In
why
addition
is that,
to,
why why is that important? Why is that problematic if it is?
that's of issue. I mean, Mr. Ortiz represented that he is not involved now, his wife, in either business. And we found that that's not as actually accurate. And albeit they both are 100% owners, there is information leading us to believe that they will be intimately involved in both entities, both operations. And
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Gordy.
go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you had a question for Mr.
No,
Ortiz?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. In addition to the 2006 location, we also have applications from Ms. Casa for a manufacturer's license as well as a cultivator's license, which will be located at 6101 Blair Road, Northwest. And albeit the application for the manufacturers, for example, is in Ms. Casa's name, or Aurora Enterprises as the entity, Ms. Casa being 100% owner. The 2-year lease signed and executed by the landlord with the entity is actually signed and in Mr. Ortiz's name. And so we found that the 6101 Blair Road operation will not only intimately involve Mr. Ortiz, but Ms. Casa is also involved, as well as their documentation is intertwined with both applications.
So, Mr. Gordy, what is it that the rules? What specific? What do the rules require as regarding who can own what? What relationship can we have between a manufacturer, cultivation, and internet? What is it that the rules states? Are you speaking, Mr. Gordy?
I'm sorry, it was muted.
No, I thought you were speaking. I thought you were speaking.
I was. And I was just merely stating that in chapter 5424, spousal interest in a license requires that an affidavit to show spouse will not have any interest or managerial control over an establishment of another spouse's or involved. And as I mentioned, and that's why we're here, the husband has applied for all applications, or the wife has. and frequently mentions how he will help run the business as well as the documentation. And so we haven't received an application, an affidavit to that effect. And we certainly would like to know more about how his wife or Mr. Ortiz will bifurcate these businesses and operate independently of one another.
Mr. Ortiz, you've heard the concerns that are you've heard what the regulations require. You've heard the concerns of licensing. So how is it that you plan to do this? I know your wife is not here for today, and I don't think you can speak for her because it's her business, but from her side of the business. But how do you plan to bifurcate your business model from her business? And as Mr. Gordy stated, that there is a cultivation license that was applied that you are on the lease, but I think your wife applied for it. So if you are on the lease, how does that work if that's not your business? If you are not intimately involved in that business, if you're on the lease, sir?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gordy. Actually, we do not have a lease and no longer are pursuing Blair Road at this time. And additionally, I'm uncertain as to how that correlates with the internet retailer license being approved, as these are separate licenses that we're discussing at a completely different location. But at this time, essentially, all businesses are run and owned and operated by each of us independently. Now, in regard to any correspondence with ABCA, I was inquired if I can provide or work on behalf, provide the same documents because they're correlating or essentially the same documents for all licenses, to provide that correspondence to them and provide those documents on behalf of Rahel. If it's a situation in which she has to be the one being the primary contact to correspond to ABCA to ensure that we have that separation to be in compliance, and that's something that we can easily adjust and have her take lead on. But at this time, we are not pursuing that location for cultivation at Blair Road, as mentioned by Mr. Gordy at this time.
Mr. Gordy, why is it relevant? I think Mr. Ortiz is saying, well, I'm applying for a retailer internet license. So why are we talking about my wife's businesses or any other license that I'm applying for? Why is that relevant why is that relevant, sir? Tell us.
It's relevant because, as I mentioned, the spousal interest, again, is of concern. And if Mr. Ortiz is representing that they are independently operated and owned as standalone entities, as he initially began his testimony, he actually did not make mention of his wife's LLC until pressed a little bit. So those locations being co-located at 2006 Rhode Island Avenue, again, his documentation is intertwined with her LLC, with her entity, and vice versa. And if he, to his statement, is going to provide additional documentation to totally separate the entities, then that's what's required. Outside of that, would I like to know, Mr. Chairman, if I can ask a question, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Gordy. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd like to know, Mr. Ortiz, if you are and your wife are operating an internet retailer's business, and you're also applying for licensure under a retailer brick and mortar business, then what's the necessity for the internet with the retailer when the opportunity exists to add an endorsement to the retailer to provide delivery services under the retailer licenses? So we just also want to know a little bit more about the business model itself, internet retailer interfacing with the retailer.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy, excuse me. So in regards to the connection with documentation, we actually applied under social equity. So she's qualifying under the social equity program, which is why we were able to have intertwined documentation. I believe that may be the reason why you see this during the application. And please correct me if there's something else that may have caused that confusion, Mr. Gordy. In regards to the endorsements, again, we are going to be able to secure each floor so that way it's only accessed by the business itself. And that's how we're able to actually do the endorsements. Of course, that would be predicated upon the inspection and ensuring that we are in compliance with all the requirements of your program, Mr. Gordon.
I think you missed part of the question, sir. One of the questions he asked is that if you have a brick and mortar, you can do delivery, or your wife's business can do delivery. So why do you need an internet retailer license if a brick and mortar license is granted that you can also do delivery? So I guess that was the question I think you'd asked.
Oh,
That's
please
correct.
please forgive me and thank you for the clarification. Essentially, they're two independent businesses.
Any other questions you want to ask, Mr. Gordy?
No, sir, I think that's it.
But let me ask you, Mr. Gordy, I think Visionary Management, which is your company, sir, do you have an interest in alcohol? Do you have an alcohol license?
Under a separate DBA, under the other location, we do have an alcohol license.
I'm saying, do you or your wife? I'm asking. Is it your business that are you the one who owns the alcohol license? That's what I'm just trying to ask.
Yes, Chairman, that is correct. I do have a license in my business's name. Yes, Chairman.
Okay, all right, fine. So, Mr. Gordy, can you own an alcohol license and a cannabis license?
Yes, sir, you can. As long as they are separate locations, separate certificate of occupancy, totally divested of one another.
Okay, fine. All right. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning still, Mr. Ortiz.
Morning, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Mr. Ortiz, during Mr. Gordy's presentation, he mentioned that he had requested a independent spousal affidavit. Did you ever produce an affidavit to licensing to Mr. Gordy?
Mr. Short, to my knowledge, I was not aware of that requirement. However, if I did receive that, I would have provided it, Mr. Short.
You were never requested to provide that?
Not to my awareness. I do not remember or recall that request, Mr. Short.
Not a problem. Mr. Gordy, if Mr. Ortiz and his wife were to provide an affidavit for you, would that make things a little clearer?
Yes, sir, that's something that we can review with the board to see if that's permissible.
So, Mr. Ortiz, if requested by licensing, would you provide the spousal independent affidavit?
Yes, Mr. Short, I would.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Any other? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. How are you?
Doing well, Mr. Grant, and yourself?
Doing good. I know you mentioned during your portion of the testimony that you and your wife operate independent of one another with your respective entities. Just had a couple of questions about that for my own clarity. I mean, obviously, you stated during your testimony that you will give general advice or, serve as an informal advisor in her endeavors and vice versa. Is that correct?
Yes, that'd be correct, Mr. Grant.
Along those lines, are you responsible for making any financial transactions on behalf of your wife's businesses?
All of our accounts are separated financially.
Are you ever compensated for any work that you do on behalf of her business?
No, I am not, Mr. Grant.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Grant? I'm sorry, Mr. Gordy.
No, Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Mr. Gordy, what is it that in order for it to be clear in your mind, the ownership of these businesses, what is it that you would require from Mr. Ortiz moving forward?
Well, if, of course, to provide additional clarity, you mentioned that you applied under social equity. She applied under social equity. That would be helpful, along with the affidavit and that we just mentioned. Also, if you don't mind, would like a little more clarity on, again, what's preventing from applying the retailer applying for the delivery endorsement, because essentially a retailer can do just as much as a internet retailer could with the delivery endorsement. So just a bit more clarity would be helpful for me as well as the board to make a decision ultimately on which licenses are issued.
No, but who's applying for? So Mr. Ortiz is applying for a retailer, but it's his wife's. I'm sorry, Mr. Ortiz is applying for an internet business, but it's his wife who's applying for a brick and mortar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are they in the same location?
They are.
All right. So Mr. You don't have to answer that, and I think this is what Mr. Gordy is asking for. Your wife's business, if approved, she can get a delivery endorsement. So her business can do what you are planning to do in the basement or wherever your business is. Because so I guess why do you need this license? Again, it's still it's your wife, it's a different business, but I guess what we're asking is that, and I think that's a concern that Mr. Gordy is having. Why is it because you're in the same location? Maybe if you're in a different location, maybe that would be somewhat different, but you're in the same location, and the other business who you are related to the business by marriage, they can do everything that you are doing in the license that you're requesting. So why do you need that license? That specific license. I think that's one of the questions that's been asked. You don't have to give that answer. You don't have to give that answer now, sir. But that's the clarification I think that Mr. Gordy is looking for.
Thank you, Chairman and Mr. Gordy. I think that we need to focus on, or at least be helpful, is, you know, if there was another business that applied for a storefront while we occupy the basement of that location for internet retailer, we would not have this discussion, right? And in this case, I look at it as that these are two separate business entities, yet we're combining the two efforts in regards to the connection of delivery services. With that being said, if we're looking at it as it is, which is two separate entities serving and performing different business functions, there's no correlation or connection to the endorsements that they would have. Furthermore, upon issuance of these licenses, there's no consideration to the fact that we may not stay at these locations. And we shouldn't be, I guess, hindered in our ability to perform at this initial entry location, which is a secured location, versus what we may be doing in the future and may relocate. So essentially what we're trying to do is receive all of the endorsements, all the licenses separately, and then that allows us to now grow in our future and give us more opportunities to relocate or do other things. Our initial process is just to co-locate out of ease of use, as well as the fact that we already have the location secured and approved for license issuances for each entity.
Mr. Ortiz,
Mr. Ortiz, I can appreciate that.
I will do that. Hold on a minute, Mr. Gordy. Hold on 1 minute, please.
No problem.
Mute your line, please. Mr. Ortiz, I think the elephant in the room that she is your wife. So That is a difference. Okay, she's your wife, and so therefore you're applying for licenses that the type of licenses that are being applied for, you in your individual capacity cannot apply for those licenses. Okay, so the board has to make sure that you are not trying to find a loophole around the process by having businesses in your wife that your wife apply for a separate license and you apply for a separate license. And of course, a wife can have his or her business and vice versa. So no one is saying that anything is wrong with that. The board just has to make sure that the process that's been followed, that you are not trying to circumvent the process by, in the sense that you are having, in the sense that if you have, you can't have you cannot have a standalone business and a retailer license and an internet license. I don't think the law requires you to have that. Okay, so that's what we are trying to make sure, that we're trying to do our due diligence. Once this license is granted, sir, ABCA will not be in that business every day. Once this license granted, we're not going to be there. We can only go by the assurances that you're going to provide to us to state that I am not involved in my wife's business and vice versa. Because if maybe something goes wrong, that's how maybe if the representation that you're providing today, if something goes wrong in the sense that like in the alcohol space, a lot of times when there's a crime of violence or some major violation occur, that's when the true owners shows up. And so what we're trying to do in this process, sir, is to make sure that we do our due diligence to provide you with some guidance to let you know what is it that you cannot do. And you're providing us the assurances that these are separate businesses. I do not have any, outside of the fact that she's my wife, I do not have any day-to-day management and control of her business, and she also does not have any day-to-day management and control of my business. Okay, but so I need you to keep that in mind. That yes, if she was not your wife, if she was not your wife, maybe if it was your, well, we probably would still have the same analysis if it was a son, a daughter, a mother, a father. That these are the same type of questions that we're asking because we are aware that we are aware. Okay, Mr. Gordy, you were saying something. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And may I add to the chairman's point, you mentioned that ultimately that you guys would move and that, you know, the business model was to be at that location for a period of time and then move. We have no idea that that's going to happen, to the chairman's point. We have no idea what your business model is beyond what you've applied for. And aside from that, we don't have any licenses that are co-located as an internet and a retailer in the same location, which brings me back to my original question, is the clarity on why an internet can't operate, why a retailer can't operate with a delivery endorsement to basically fulfill the same obligations or business model that an internet retailer would. And then finally, my last point would be that if it was about securing licenses at this point and putting them in the same place, as you know, we also offered conditional licenses. And so one could have been a conditional and the other could have been the brick and mortar. So those are things that we have to take into consideration from where we sit as applicants apply for licenses. You may have a business model, but it may not fit what we have to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for that additional clarification. And I think really just the point that I would like to elevate is the fact that they're not the same delivery because they're two different distinct businesses. And I think framing it, saying that they have the same capability, I guess is where I need some clarification on.
I think what they're in the same location. I think that's an issue because you're sharing the same location, and I think that's what Mr. Gordy is saying. You're sharing the same location, and
Yes.
so the other business that is your wife's business, if that license is if that license is granted, she can get, if she's the one who applied for that endorsement, she can get that endorsement on her business to do exactly what it is you're trying to do in the basement of the building. That's what we're saying.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Right. And your wife is not here for her to represent from her side, sir, and you can't speak for her because it's her separate business, but the board and the agency is informing you what is it that we expect from you in a sense of if we grant you licenses. And so you're making these assurances that you do not have any management and control of your wife's business, and that your business is separate and apart from your wife. And so those are the assurances that you're making to the board today from your perspective. You can't make those representation about your wife because she's not there. But the representations is that if you have no control in her business and you have no financial stakes outside of the fact that she's your wife, that day-to-day management in her business. And so my assumption is that, and that you should never assume that if she doesn't, well, I'm not even going to make that assumption because she's not here to speak about her business model and whether or not, and maybe Mr. Gordy, maybe at some point, maybe we need to have the licenses that the wife has requested, that maybe we need to have, maybe you need to request this type of information from her, and maybe she needs to come in front of the board so she can give the board her assurances that she does not have any management and control of any of the businesses that her husband owns, and that they're separate and apart.
I agree, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So, is there any other representation you need to make today, Mr. Ortiz?
No, not at this time, if we've addressed all the concerns that Mr. Gordy has brought to the board.
Do you have a question, Mr. Short?
I just, not a question. I guess what I've been hearing that there'll be separate businesses, one in the basement and one upstairs. And currently, there's no separation in the building. Is that correct, Mr. Ortiz?
We have provided the proposed plans. Essentially, is adding a wall and an entrance point for ABCA review before we operate.
So the Department of Buildings would also ask you to give them some floor plans and some construction drawings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Separate the two different businesses, one in the basement and one upstairs?
Yes, those plans have been provided when on my wife's side of our enterprises when the building was inspected, and the floor plans and designs.
So currently there is no separation. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, Mr. Short. We are pending the final verification or approval of our plan so we can implement them before operation, Mr. Short.
So can you provide a copy of those plans to our licensing division?
Mr. Short, yes, those have been provided to Mr. Gordy's team.
Okay, thank you. I had to ask, that didn't come up, and I think that's important that we make sure that all the government agencies, especially the separation of businesses, because the inspectors would expect that. And a lot of times people get businesses and they sell them after they get a license, and then the next person comes in and says, well, this person was already operating, why do I have to submit plans? So we're not saying that would happen in your case, but at any rate, we're just making sure we do due diligence, as our chairman said, in our responsibilities in this licensing issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
You're welcome, Mr. Short. All right, Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Gordy will follow up with you with next steps, and he will probably follow up with your wife with next steps regarding her license application. Okay, sir? All right. Thank you for your presentation today. Have a great day. Thank you, Mr. Gordy.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you. Take care, Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. You too.
All right, the next case on the calendar is case number 23-251-00007, Abigail Room, license number 10768. This matter has been rescheduled to September 25th, 2024 at 30 p.m. at the request of a respondent and with the consent of the government. We are at the end of our morning calendar, so let us do our morning agendas. All right. So let us now do our legal agenda, alcohol. The first matter on our legal agenda, alcohol, is review of settlement agreement filed July 30th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and High Spirits licenses 127084. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement filed August 9th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3E and Steak and Egg, license number 1289A2. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of protestants' motion to dismiss applications filed August 6, 2024 by and between by the Queens Chapel Civic Association in case number 24PRO00075 and case number 24PRO00076. Sahara Market, license number 128674. Make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of request to extend protest petition deadline from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E and RKA Chocolate, dated August 12, 2024. This is in RK Chocolate, license number 129115. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of request to extend protest petition deadline from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E and Georgetown Pantry, license number 129220. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of notice of 6 emergency rulemaking, the Adams-Morgan moratorium zone. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there this rulemaking? Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let us now do our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, review of settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3E and Nug Haven, dated July 26, 2024. Nug Haven's license is 127934. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Grant,
I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of request to extend protest petition deadline from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Bud Love dated August 12, 2024. Bud Love license number 128413. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of request to extend protest petition deadline from Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and high demand license numbers 128725. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of the correspondence from applicant to withdraw consent to extend protest petition deadline dated August 13, 2024. This is high demand license number 128725. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review request for cease and desist hearing on board order number 2024-534, filed August 13th, 2024. This is Metro Art and Sculpt Collab LLC, license number case, and this is in case number 24 ULC 00011. I make a motion that we approve the request for hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And number 6, review of correspondence dated July 29th, 2024, in response to board order number 2024-474, cease and desist issued to Hotbox in case number 24 ULC 00003. Unlicensed medical cannabis. This is an FYI for the board. And number 7, review of affidavit dated August 10th, 2024 from Barbara Bernabe, BERNABE, owner of Meal Wellness, unlicensed unlicensed medical cannabis retailer. This is also an FYI for the board. Now let us do our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review requests for approval to provide a gift of prepared food and documents not to exceed $500 in value to Morris Miller Wine and Spirits, ABRA license number 110406, and District Liquors license number 000023. The request is from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review a request for approval to provide a gift of tickets to the Anthem that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request is from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our licensing supplemental agenda. The first matter on our licensing supplemental agenda is review request for temporary operating retail permit This is for Grand Central, license number 129638. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for a change of hours. This is for Gersha, Gursha, Ethiopian Cuisine, license number 127797. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for Sidewalk Cafe endorsement with 13 seats. This is for Spices Restaurant, license number 021676. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And number 4, review application for the Game of Skills endorsement to place up to 5 kiosks of the game District of Skills by Pace-O-Matic. This is for Jake's Tavern, license number 108077. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let's go through our cancellation agenda. I'm going to basically read the names of the licensees on our cancellation agenda, and I'll make a motion that these licenses be canceled at the end of the list. Number 1, the ABC board will be canceling the license for commissionary, license number 071487. Licensee requested cancellation. Number 2, Foxtrot, license number 121304. The license is out of business. Foxtrot, license number 116872. The license is out of business. Blue 44, license number 085977. Licensee is out of business. G Street Food, license number 094010. License out of business. Astoria's Kitchen by 54 LLC, license number 121802. Licensee is out of business. Kitchen Cray, license number 113864. Licensee is out of business. I make a motion that ABC board cancels all those licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're now going to do our board's temporary license and 1-day substantial change docket. There are 12 licensees on this docket. I'll read all the applicants, the type of license, the event, the type of license that's been requested, the event, the date, the license number, the attendees, and the security guards, and I will make a motion at the end of the list for the board to approve the recommendations made by the chair for this agenda. So for the temporary license and 1-day substantial change, number 1, a request from Robert Ellis, 1-day license class F, reception September 12th. The license number is 129593. 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. A request from Susan Punnett, 1-day license class F, fundraiser October 9th, 2024. License number 129067. 200 attendees, 5 security guards. Approval. Number 3, a request from Elizabeth Garvante, Gravente, 1-day license class F, award ceremony. This is September the 11th. The license number is 129625. 40 attendee, 1 security guard. Number 4, request from Jessica Zaluk, Caluzec, 1-day license class G, fundraiser. December 12th, license number 129586, 100 attendees through security guards. Number 5, request from James Freehan, Freehan, one-day license class G, wedding, August 17th, license number 129590, 225 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 6, a request from James Jack, one-day license class G, culture celebration, August 16th, 17th, 18th. The license number is 129599, 89 security guards, 89 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 7, a request from Millicent Hawkins, one-day license class G, birthday party, August 17th. License number is 129602, 150 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 9, request from Daniel Martinez, one-day license class G, wedding, September 27th. The license number is 129608, 85 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 9, a request from Kalsa, Kaliasa, Akil D. Oliveira, DEOLIVEIRA, one-day license class G, Summer Garden Social, September 20th. The license number is 129622, 200 attendees, 15 security guards. Number 10, a request from Robert Jordan, one-day license class G, private event, August 17th. License number is 129624, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 11, request from Logan Shock, one-day license class G, wedding, October 25th. License number is 129630, 125 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 12, a request from Lax Wine and Spirit, one-day substantial change, the Summer Garden Block Party. To the purpose of the substantial change, to use license off premises in our parking lot. License number is 082054. Substantial change number license is 24SC00941. So I make a motion that ABC approval. I make a motion that ABC board approves all the applicants on this agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. So let's do our alcohol administrative docket. There are 12 applicants. I'm sorry. There are 17 applicants on the license and administrative docket for Wednesday, August 14th, 2024. And without objection, I make a motion that ABC board grants all the applications on the license and administrative docket for August 17th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let's now move to the board's license administrative docket. This is a rescission. And there's one application on this docket, and it's for Indigo Chapter 2, license number 128552. This was for class category retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. This matter was approved on July 31st, 2024. So I'm making a motion that the board rescinds the approval that was previously granted on July 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And now let's move to our final agenda item for the day. This is the medical cannabis licensing agenda. And so the first portion of the agenda is a conditional retailer and internet retailer applications. Number 1, review of request to convert social equity application to conditional new retailer license. This is for Tobacco King DC license number 129362. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is Metropolitan Art and Sculpture Collaboration LLC, license number 128717. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for Doobie Depot, license number 128439. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for Connect, K-A-N-E-H LLC, license number 129018. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for The Garden, license number 128875. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of standard application for conditional new retailer license. This is for Lyfred, Lyfred Essentials, license number 129325. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of standard application for conditional new retailer license. This is for C&H Ventures LLC, license number 129310. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review of standard application for conditional new retailer license. This is for GP Partners LLC, license number 129311. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of social equity application for conditional new internet retailer license. This is for Maddie Exotics LLC, license number 128086. I make a motion that we deny this application because the application is missing required documentation. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for BTH Industries LLC, license number 128204. I make a motion that we deny this request. The application is missing required documentation. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. number 11. Number 11, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is Slow Drip LLC, license number 128581. I make a motion that we deny this request. The application is missing required documentation. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 12, review of social equity application for conditional new retailer license. This is for Creep Clothing LLC, license number 128924. I make a motion that we deny this request because the application is missing required documentation. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move on to the standard retail application number 13. Review of social equity application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for JK Entity, license number 128510. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 14, review of standard application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for Pipe Dreams, license number 127406. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to standard manufacturer application. Number 15, review of standard application for new manufacturer type 1 license. This is for Easy Day Edibles, license number 126412. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And finally, request, this is number 16, request to consider filing of application outside of relevant application windows. This is for Rooted Therapeutics, license number 121390. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. Well, let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And we're at the end now of our agenda items for the day. And since without any further business, the board will now be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good morning. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are two other board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. In reviewing our calendar this afternoon, we have one fact-finding hearing, and so let's call this. That is the only case that we have for this afternoon, and so let me call this case. So it's case number 24-251. 24-251-00032, King Street Oyster Bar, license number 114984. Good morning, Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. David Augustine, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jovan Miller, your access has been elevated. Rick Allison, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman. There's a couple more people, but I'll wait till you give me the direction.
I don't know who these other folks are. I'm only aware of Captain Augustine. I'm aware of we need the licensee, and I see Mr. Miller is there. So is Mr. Allison, is that the licensee?
Yes.
Do you have a camera so you can turn on?
Yes. Let me see. Shoot. Sorry about that. Hang on 1 second. Sorry about that. Was working a minute.
You want to log out and come back on, or?
Let me try that quick.
All right. Mr. Oriana, you can elevate Mr. Esquire, Esquer, Esquire. He said that he's also a licensee for the establishment. All right.
Jorge Esguerra, your access has been elevated.
Mr. Esquire, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Can you see me now?
Sir. Yes,
okay.
I can.
Thank you.
We're waiting for Mr. Allison.
I think that we also requested our attorney.
And who is that? No one. I'm not aware
Is
of
it
this. I'm sorry. Who's that?
It's Tristan. Hold on 1 second. He's not a regular person, but 1 second.
Well, no one provided. I'm not aware that anyone sent in a letter of representation to say that they're representing the establishment. That's
okay.
So I'm not aware. So were you expecting to have an attorney here today, sir?
So it was recommended to us that and suggested that we could have our attorney present, and so we abided by that. We're trying to abide by all the guidance that we are receiving.
So is the attorney on the line, sir?
I can tell because obviously we're in different locations. But if
And
you could send it,
who
you
is
could
the
send a
attorney?
message.
Who's the
Um,
attorney, sir?
1 second. Um,
Why don't you text your attorney to see if they're on the line and give them the name, and I
yes,
will.
yes, we are
Is it
working.
Tristan
Yes,
Osavio?
it is. Yes, I'm sorry. It is Tristan Osavio.
Is that a male or female?
It's a male.
Mr. Osavio, can you turn your camera on, sir? We're still waiting for Mr. Allison to show.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. How are you? This is Tristan Osavia.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
I am trying. It appears that the integrated camera, it's saying another application. Okay, gotcha. Give me 1 second. Close this.
Mr. Allison, I still can't see you. What's going on, sir?
All right.
All right. Well, I saw you for. Okay, Mr. Osavio.
There we go.
All right.
Hello. We got it taken care of.
Well, I'm still waiting to see Mr. Allison.
I can see you. Oh.
Well, I can't see you, Mr. Allison.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I can see me. That's why I'm sorry.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Allison. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All right, this is, let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record, and then let me start with you, Mr. Osavio. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
Sure thing. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and may it please the board. My name is Tristan Chase Osavio, and I'm counsel on behalf of King Street Oyster. We look forward to answering.
Mr. Osavio, can you spell your name for the record? We have a
Sure thing.
court reporter, sir.
It's Triston, and then apostrophe O apostrophe S, A, V as in Victor, I as in Igloo, O as in Oscar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Osavio. Mr. Allison, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Rick Allison, RACKALLISON.
What's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm one of the owners.
Mr. Esquerra, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Jorge Esguerra, Jorge, last name Esguerra.
Thank you, sir. Captain Augustine, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Absolutely. David Augustine, last name is spelled Augustine. Thank you for having me.
Sure, sir. Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. Jovan Miller, JOVAN MILLER.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a fact finding here, and let me just put some information in the record. On August 3rd, 2024, at approximately 1:05 a.m., officers heard and responded to gunshots in the unit block of M Street Northeast. When officers arrived, 4 victims were found suffering from gunshot wounds. As a result of this gun violence, 2 victims were pronounced dead, and 2 victims were transported to local hospitals. The majority of the crime scene is in front of King Street Oyster Bar, located at 22 M Street Northeast. The establishment has a large patio area with multiple chairs and tables. MPD believes that a large group was loitering on or around King Street Oyster Bar at the time of the shooting. Although the establishment was closed, the patio was open, and there were no obstacles to prevent people from gathering in and around the outdoor patio area. The unsecured patio is a violation of the establishment's 2019 settlement agreement, which states in part, at the end of the summer garden hours of operation, no patrons shall remain in the summer garden area, and the applicant shall secure the tables and chairs so as to make them unavailable for use by late-night passerbyers. Without preventive measures, the open patio contributed to the group establishing themselves and continuing to grow, leading to gun violence that resulted in 4 people being shot, 2 of which were deceased, and significant property value. That was information that was provided to us by Chief of Police, supporting the 96-hour closure that was done as a result of her authority to close an establishment within 96 hours if she determines that it is an imminent danger to the public. And the board itself did not, once the 96 hours elapsed, the board did not impose additional conditions for the establishment to remain closed. So this is a fact finding here, and we're just gathering facts, try to figure out whether or not how this incident could have been prevented by the establishment, and what measures can be put in place moving forward. One of the things that I'm going to start off with Captain Augustine for him to let us know why we're here today. I'll have Mr. Miller talk, who can also speak about his investigations. The board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the captain and Mr. Miller. After the board asks questions, Mr. Osavia, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions, and you can provide your version of the facts as you see fit. At a fact-finding hearing, no, the parties are not sworn. It's an informal hearing. The board cannot order a party to take any specific actions at a fact-finding hearing. However, the licensee can volunteer. If the board can ask for that certain actions be taken, the licensee can decline to take those actions. But that's the way it is. But I just want to share with you, sir, that at fact-finding hearings, the board cannot order a party to take any specific issues, take any specific actions. Any questions before we start by anyone?
No.
All right.
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So, Captain Augustine, can you just let us know why, what happened, and from the board's and from MPD's perspective, why is it that they believe that this establishment was in violation of their? Well, I think, what is it that this establishment did wrong, if any?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, obviously you just went over all the facts of the case, so I don't want to repeat them, but some of the specific issues that we have an issue with, and we hope that get corrected, is we believe that before the shooting, there was a large group of people that were gathering. The Oyster Bar was closed at the time of the shooting. But after it was closed, there was actually a large group that had formed, and we believe that group went up to one of the high-rise apartment complexes and went into their high-rise pool. They were asked to leave by the high-rise apartments, which then brought them back down by the Oyster Bar, which is, if you're familiar with that space in Noma, there's a large private space in between the buildings, between Oyster Bar and a neighboring, there's Oyster Bar, and behind it, there's a liquor store, and then there's a big private space, and then there's an apartment complex, and Oyster Bar is right on that corner. We believe that group came down in that public and private space and were hanging out, and we have video to show that the group was actually hanging out on Oyster Bar, the private space patio or area of the Oyster Bar. What made that even a bigger issue is we also have witness accounts that place Oyster Bar employees as part of that group that went up to the pool and then hanging out afterwards. We also have witness information through the investigation. There's been a past practice that the Oyster Bar employees have left the door open to the restaurant after hours to allow people hanging out to use the restroom. And then on top of that, the last thing is, as it was stated in the letter, the concern we have is with that large patio area, there is a settlement agreement where they must secure that furniture and make that space uninviting to passerbys. We believe that did not happen as it was agreed to, and these contributing factors contributed to the large group hanging out and then ultimately the shooting on the street.
Thank you, sir. And so, let me ask you, Captain, what concerns does MPD have regarding the operation, if any, regarding the operation of this?
So I'll be honest with you. I was the one that served the letter from the chief of police and established the closing on that Saturday on August 3rd. I can sit there and tell you from the very beginning of the process, I've spoke with Mr. Allison. He's actually made himself very available. I've given him my work cell phone, which he and I have since that day have traded back text messages. They were inviting by giving me all their email addresses, and I sent email actually later that day of several recommendations that we would hope that they would take in consideration. Even as recent as yesterday, Mr. Allison was on a community safety walk for that neighborhood, addressing some of the safety concerns in there. So I think they're on the right track of just being available, being ready, and wanting to be part of the solution, just as MPD wants to. So I think, the concern is that patio area. We have to make that uninviting. We cannot rely just on the police to be in that area. There's a lot of open private space that we are pushing back and need that private community to sit there and protect, to allow MPD to be on that public space. So if they could just really be a great partner in getting that space secure, especially their patio area, which they're specifically responsible, I think that would go a long way. But I would sit there and say, at least Mr. Ellison, he's the one I've personally been able to communicate with. He has been a very big help in pushing this forward.
So, Captain, you also you said you made some recommendations. What specific recommendations, if any, what do you make to the establishment?
So back on August 3rd, we recommended, since it's private property, to making it visibly clear that no one is allowed on that patio area after hours, which I saw within days. I believe they have a big yellow chain that at least says no trespassing. That's a start. I don't know how effective that will be long term, but I will sit there and say it definitely is in the right direction. Since it is private property, their patio area, we've recommended they call 911 when there's people hanging out on there. They're not supposed to be there. And if they can sit there and provide somebody that's available 24/7 to sit there and help execute barring notices to any trespassers, anybody refusing their ask to be leaving, or anybody in violation of that barring notice would allow MPD to make an arrest for unlawful entry. We've asked them to install more cameras around the area, because I think at the time I'm only aware of the one that was outside, but more outside cameras could be very helpful to them capturing the folks that are hanging out past hours. I also sent them a link of the private security camera rebate program that DC currently has. We'd also like them to sit there, connect their cameras with our Camera Connect program through our real-time crime center, which will allow us to be alerted anytime there are crimes in the area that they do have cameras, and establishes that relationship. We've also discussed the ABCA reimbursable detail. And then even as recently as yesterday, as a community, it's the Nova business community over there, we discussed about you're familiar with Adams Morgan bid, the Wharf, and they've hired, part-time police officers to police that to be hired through them and police that private property, which I could be good. And like I told Mr. Ellison yesterday, he can't hire a private officer like the bid can, just because of his license status, but he definitely is eligible to sit there and hire people within the reimbursable detail program.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any questions of the captain by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Captain Augustine, quick question. How were you able to verify that there were members of the staff that were also loitering on the property after hours?
So all I can say right now, since it's a homicide investigation, we're willing to release is that's accounts that we've had from witnesses.
Okay.
I can sit there and tell you, MPD personally, myself, have not been able to sit there, and we did not witness that. We're just going on what we've received through the witness accounts through that homicide investigation.
Understood. Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for your service, Captain. And it sounds as though we're on the right step with the business community with this licensee, and as far as that patio is concerned. So they've been offered RDO, and the RDO would be working there after they're closed. Make sure that patio, is that correct?
So I think it would just be during their hours of operation. I will sit there and say, obviously, the reimbursable detail, we've used that for many, many years. And as MPD has not had a lot of overtime available, that's always been pretty easy detail to fill. I wanted full disclosure that even if they were mandated to get a detail like we've done with establishments in the past, it's only going to be on the availability of officers. And I can't sit there and fully guarantee that even if they sign up for it, that we'd have officers all the times that they would want. But it is a possibility. It's something that we should be talking about. But on the greater span of it, which I think may be more effective, and I think everybody in the business community was open to it yesterday, was the hiring of off-duty police officers to sit there and patrol the greater space, which I think that would sit there and be more effective for the liquor store, which is actually the liquor store right around the corner from them that piggybacks the Oyster Bar, is actually one of our largest retail thefts in the area. And then you have his establishment. Then you also have these high rises, and there's some other issues going on within that community I think would probably be more effective. But I don't want to sit there and how much I'd love to sit there and have them have an RDO. I also don't want to sit there and put the impression to the board that if they do that, I'd have officers always available for it, and that would just cure all the issues. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done.
Also, I'd like to ask you from your perspective as a law enforcement official, how secure is that patio area after they're closed? Currently?
It's not. It's not. I will sit there and tell you one thing that I really appreciated Mr. Ellison doing when we're serving the closure letter is they do have an enclosed spot where they're able to lock up all their chairs and tables, which I think makes a difference. But ultimately, there is a pretty big gap where they have the yellow chain on, and somebody could easily just walk over that chain, or even before then, just walk right into that patio area. And that's where I think it's really big for them, especially with cameras, to be monitoring that area and making the phone calls to 911 so that stuff can be addressed.
So currently, how secure is that patio area after they're closed?
It's not.
Any recommendations to this board that might help them secure? Because their security plan, which is registered with this board and with the city, says that they should secure that and secure those chairs. So apparently they have not been securing the patio furniture when they close. Is that correct?
That's what we believe, or at least that night that was not. So I think that's a great step. And even as yesterday when I went over there, that patio furniture was secure. And I think if I'm not, you can ask Mr. Allison when he has a chance, but I believe he relayed yesterday that they're not going to be opening that patio area back until the fall time, which gives us some time. But I truly think, without making it unsightly to the community or putting a hardship on the business, maybe a gate, where that space is, maybe a gate needs to be done, to fit in with that fence that can lock. Is it ever going to be 100% secure? No, but I think it's a lot more difficult, a lot less inviting to be able to hop over the fence rather than is just step over a chain, or if the chain's not there, just walk inside. So I think my best recommendation would probably to secure and actually enclose that entire fence area and then lock it after hours.
Okay, so therefore, if there are extra cameras out there after they close and the gate, that should go a long way to trying to keep persons from coming there after hours. Is that correct?
100%.
And so other than that, they have been quite cooperative, I take it?
Yes, like I said, I have not, I apologize. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I don't want to sit there and mispronounce it, but Jorge, I've not had personal interaction with him, but I have with Mr. Allison, and he's been very cooperative. And that's not to say Jorge's not been cooperative. I just haven't personally dealt with him. I've been dealing with Mr. Allison. Yes, they've been very communicative, and I think everybody's major goal is to make a safe neighborhood over there.
Well, that is,
because they are employing from the local community. They are a business that's in a community that's in transition right now. And I think it's in the best interest of DC government to sit there and act as partners to make a safer situation.
Thank you again, Captain, for your testimony. Thank you again for your service to our city. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Fazio, do you have any questions of the captain?
Yeah, I was gonna see if it would be appropriate to address the specifics of the letter, or if I should just address exactly what.
You can. I'll give you an opportunity to. I'll give you an opportunity to express your client's views. I'm just saying it's an opportunity. If you have any specific questions of the captain, you can ask this. You can ask at this juncture.
Absolutely. I don't think we have any questions off the top offhand. I think that what I can say is that it's helpful to hear what it means for the patio to be secure, because the settlement agreement was quite ambiguous as to what it meant for the patio to be secure. So I think that this dialogue is very good, and I encourage the DC police, the community at large, and uh, the restaurant to continue having this dialogue to make sure everyone's on the same page for what it means to be secure. But I think the guidance is definitely helpful after hearing what Mr. Augustine had to say.
Well, I think, Mr. Savia, is that your client signed a settlement agreement with the community, and they discuss what it means to be secure. So I would hope that your client and the ANC had some understanding what secure meant. I mean, the board cannot, since all the board did was to approve the settlement agreement. The board was not a part of the negotiation. So it's your client, and the ANC needs to provide us what their understanding of secure means. Okay, but again, it's open. It should not be open to interpretation, because the parties negotiating these terms, and all that the board did was to approve the settlement agreement. Anyway, all right.
Well, if I may, can I briefly respond to that?
No, I'm gonna give you an opportunity, sir, to present your client's versions of the facts. I'm just following a specific procedure. Um, I'm just following a certain way, and then once I'm done, I'm going to give you an opportunity to give your client's version and whatever else that you want, whatever representation that you want to make. Okay, so you'll get you'll get that, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Mr. Miller, state your name for the record again, please, sir.
Jovan Miller.
And Mr. Miller, how did you become aware of this incident?
I received a notification from my supervisor about an incident occurred at King Street Oyster Bar, and that MPD was doing a closure, and we needed to be present.
So describe your investigation of the incident, sir.
Well, to give the short version of what I discovered during my investigation is that there was trespassers on King Street Oyster Bar's Summer Garden, but I do want to note that from reviewing the camera footage that there were no more than 10 patrons on the Summer Garden at any given time before and after before the incident actually occurred. From the surveillance footage I got from Noma Bid, you can see that there's actually the majority of the people are on the street a little bit, probably less than 30 feet, 50 feet from King Street Oyster Bar, but majority of the people are actually on the street. So from my knowledge and from what I can view, that from reviewing the camera footage, the incident looked premeditated, and the person who actually was involved was on the side of King Street Oyster Bar with the group of people. So the people who were actually on the Summer Garden weren't even involved. They were more like the side people, I guess you want to say, but they were loitering. So that's the short version.
So was the establishment open at the time?
No, sir. The establishment was not open. They closed about 2 hours prior. They did have the chef and the ABC manager who left a little bit later in the day. The chef left around 12:30. The ABC manager left around like 12:45.
Now, do you know what security measures the establishment has outside of the establishment?
From conversations with Mr. Allison, I believe that they have started putting the furniture inside and locking it up for the summer garden. So they have a sidewalk summer garden that's actually so on M Street, and then it turns into the private area, I guess, or private residence area. So it's making it like an L shape, so where they have a closure where they can put the chairs and tables inside of. And then they also have like the chain for the gate going across and no trespassing.
So did you see any type of, as a result of your investigation, did you see any, or did you determine were there any ABRA violations?
During the investigation for as far as the summer garden, yes. They were in violation of violating their their SA settlement agreement with not securing the furniture on the summer garden.
So do you have an understanding of what securing the furniture means, sir?
As far as my as far as to my knowledge, that would be to be able to put the chairs and tables away, or at least put them on. I believe the summer garden actually, excuse me. I believe this. I want to make sure I didn't read that incorrectly. Let me scroll down to the summer garden media settlement agreement. Security tables. Okay, just making sure I didn't have anything in particular. But from to my knowledge, it was just to make sure they were unusable.
So you said that you did you see patrons or individuals on the summer garden after closure?
Yes, sir.
So was the summer garden usable after closure?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that any additional security measures should be are warranted? And if they are, what is it that you believe is warranted for this establishment?
Well, I can say from just viewing their history, their ABCA history, which is they have none. Even though they are in violation, they haven't had any incidents besides this one after over 5 years of being open. Um, so I'm not quite sure if they have an off-duty police officer present or if they had any additional security around the building because the patron is not, excuse me, individuals will still be on that block. There's a lot of people who like to just loiter around the area, and that is, to me, that was the main problem. It's not really so-called the establishment, but when you have people who's always around the establishment, it's always going to be an issue. So that would be not just the establishment. I believe if they had security, probably would help, but also if something was done more so about the individuals just around the establishment.
Now, are these people, are they just random people? Do they live there, or do you know who these people are?
These people are um I'm trying to think about the correct word for it. Some of those people live in the area, um, but there are also other people who are homeless, who are also um, drug dealers, gang members, and who also it's a variety of people who are in that area.
Now, do you have any basis to determine that these are individuals who are folks who are customers of are either customers or employees of the licensee?
From my knowledge, I'm not quite sure if they're customers. I do know a few of the individuals who I've seen before who live in the area who actually come to, excuse me, King Street Oyster Bar, but as far as the employees, I'm not quite sure if I have ever seen outside of working hours at the establishment loitering.
So you're saying that in your view, the individuals who are loitering outside the establishment, they're not they're not loitering based on the existence of the establishment?
Correct. Not only that, I think that it contributes that they're there, but I believe that even if they're not going to be there, they will just set up right in front of another establishment or another house or anywhere that they could sit down at, or if they can lean on something, or like individual cars, uh, stairs, anything along those natures.
Okay, thank you. Any board members have any questions of Mr. Miller? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller, Investigator Miller. During your investigation, did you see any footage of the cameras that could help this board?
Yes, sir.
Do you have them available today?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible we could see some of the video that Investigator Miller took?
How much? You have a lot of video, sir, or?
I will shorten it up for you, Mr. Short, Chairperson.
All right, Mr. Orietta, can you allow Mr. Miller to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
I'll share. I'm sorry, it's been a while since I had to do this. Are we able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit on the video. So this is the people who are on the street right beside King Street Oyster Bar. If you over here to the left, I don't know if you can see my arrow, is King Street Oyster Bar. It's a little bit back here. So I'm gonna move it forward a little bit to, excuse me, make it full screen. Oh, sorry. So the I'm gonna show you the individual who actually was involved in the shooting. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna move it ahead a little bit further. All right. Is this the gentleman? I think this is the gentleman right here. So this guy right here is the person who's involved in the shooting. He's going to be posted up on the vehicle right here. He's down here below. I'm sorry, you can't really view that part. I'm going to move it ahead just a tad. He's going to see a vehicle. He's going to see a white Honda right here. He's going to view it. Excuse me, let me get this off the screen. You see him looking at the vehicle, and then he's going to make his way down the sidewalk. Once he gets to the street, he's going to kind of look out into the street to see if the vehicle, and then I believe it appears that he's going to reach for his gun in his waistband, and the person in the car in the white Honda up here is going to hop out and start firing at him, and they start shooting at each other. So so that's the one part I wanted to show you.
So where's King's? Where's the establishment?
The establishment is at the bottom left corner back here. So then we have I'm sorry, can you how do I share the other video? All right, can I stop that one? And then I have one more I wanted to share with you guys. If I can move it to the other screen. Go. Oh, lower. How do I exit out of this? Quit. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. That was a little bit of a struggle trying to pull up the video. some reason I can't move it to the other side. All right.
Why don't you ask? Why don't you ask our fearless IT professional for some assistance, sir?
Jose, sir. All right, let me quit this one more time and move you guys to the other screen. That would probably make more sense since it keep popping up over there. All right, it should work this time. Share computer, show me in front presentation, Windows.
Are you sharing screen, Jovan?
I am starting to share the screen. Can you guys see my screen?
We were, but then it disappeared. It said that you were sharing, but then once you asked us if we were, then it disappeared.
Screen 3. That's what I knew. Share.
Okay, yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay.
What are we looking at now?
This is right before the shooting. This is it happened around like 1:03 and like 20 seconds. This is King Street Oyster Bar with the loiterers out front. As you can see, it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think somebody's right here, maybe 8 people who's actually on the premise on the Summer Garden. These are patrons on the street, and the remainder of the people are to the far bottom left that you've seen in the other video. So this is the people right before they see the shooting, and then all the people start running towards up the street, and a few people run onto King Street Oyster Bar's Summer Garden.
So you're saying this is after the shooting that you're saying
This is right.
into?
This is right before the shooting, and this is when you see all the people running.
So people are sitting. They're sitting in the Summer Garden.
So there was a few people sitting in the Summer Garden.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And this was after the business was closed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All
So
right.
Investigator Miller,
Yes, sir.
where we saw the people crawling and we saw the seating in chairs where it looks like it was some gray asphalt or tiling, was that actually the Summer Garden for Oyster Bar?
In this last video, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So actually, there's nothing to prevent people from going on that. Didn't look like from the video. There's no gate. There's no fence. It's just.
Excuse me,
chairs
Chair.
in the-
Would I be able to comment on that? This is Rick Allen.
You'll get it.
Okay. We do have a fence, wrought iron fence, about 4 feet, 4.5 feet tall, around the whole perimeter of the front of the building. We did not have a gate, but now what we are going to do is we can collapse that and extend it to go completely across to prevent anyone coming through. But we do have a black wrought iron fence around the entire property, even the enclosure to the right, which is a full structure with electronic sides that come up and down. So on that side of the video that you saw, there was about 8 people on that side, but there's a black fence in front of it. And I know you can't really see based on that video, but there is.
So, Mr. Allison, since you have Mr. Chairman, since he's answered, can I ask him a question?
I was telling him not to answer, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, according to your security plan and according to when you first got your license, how many years have you had your license there?
It's been about 5 years.
5 years.
Mhm.
Do you think the fence is in? You say it's how tall?
It's between 4 and 5 feet tall.
And is that? Do you feel in total compliance with your security plan that says that you will secure it and secure the chairs? Because it looked like no chairs were secured that night.
That's correct. The chairs were not.
Is that going to happen or continue or?
No, what we did is we removed all those chairs And now there's no seating on that front patio at all, probably until the fall or until we decide at a further time. We do have another area that has a full structure with electronic sides that all our tables and chairs are on that side. And when we do outdoor seating, it's only on that side. And at the end of the night, all those sides are completely shut. We have a door there that's locked. And then we put up a yellow chain in front, and all around the whole perimeter says no trespassing.
Well, the captain has said he didn't think that the chain was secure much more than what you have already. So, are you planning to do anything further than just put a chain up?
Well, we also, remember, we have black wrought iron fence around the entire property, and we will add another gate, or we will make sure that there's no access through that with a wrought iron gate or continued wrought iron fencing.
Were you a part of the settlement agreement that you signed with the ANC and the community?
I was.
And weren't some of these same issues addressed at that time, that they were worried that this would?
To my knowledge, no, it was not at the ANC meeting.
Why would they ask you to secure your chairs and secure the patio in the settlement agreement if they didn't think there was going to be a problem?
Well, I don't know. That was our first restaurant in DC. So I don't know a lot about, didn't know at that time a lot about DC. Since then, we've opened another one in Tenleytown on the other side. So myself, I didn't understand. I didn't feel that was.
Okay. Well, let's say this, and forgive me for cutting you off, but I didn't want to belabor this too long. Will you work with the captain and the community and see if we can do a little better about securing that?
100%.
All right. And I would also like to just thank you, Investigator Miller, for your. Did you have any video? I guess that's enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Investigator Miller, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, I guess, Mr. Osavio, you can basically provide whatever response you wish to provide on behalf of your client, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Excuse me, Mr. Chairperson. Did you still need me present?
Do you have a pressing assignment, Mr. Miller?
No, sir. I just didn't know if you wanted to be asking me any more questions.
I might later on, but
Yes, sir.
I want folks to stay online. We'll wrap up this hearing shortly. It went a little bit long. Well, we've been on for almost an hour, but we'll wrap this up shortly. Go ahead, Mr. Osavio.
Sure thing. I would like to respectfully address some of the assertions made in the Chief of Police's request for revocation of license letter filed on August 3rd, 2024. Would that be okay? Because I know that we have made a lot of progress here and we've discussed better ways, but I think that it would just be nice to have on record so our rebut to some of the assertions made. Okay.
This is your opportunity, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So first and foremost, I want to emphasize that King Street Oyster Bar values the community. It puts people over profits. King Street Oyster spends almost $100,000 a year on security guard services to ensure its customers and community are safe. King Street Oyster Bar, even though the police unilaterally, without conducting an investigation, shut down this establishment and harmed not just the business, but all the people that worked here.
Mr. I don't mean to cut you off, but the Chief of Police has the authority, if a crime of violence occur in a liquor establishment, the Chief of Police has the authority to do that. And then after that occurs, the process is that she will come to the board and to say whether or not the board wants the place to remain closed or open. And as you're aware, in this particular case, the board did not impose any additional closure. So, I mean, there's nothing we can do about this. ABCA was not involved in this decision, sir. So you're barking up the wrong tree here. So let's move on from there, sir.
Well, that's okay. I just wanted to emphasize that, the King Street Oyster Bar, they have incurred a lot of damages here. And we're just doing our part. And we want to let you guys know that, we're we're really making a lot of progress on, making sure that, we can secure the premises in a way that is adequate for ABC and the community at large. So King Street Oyster Bar has been and continues to be open to dialogue, to brainstorm ways to help our community become a safer place. And gun violence is a significant health safety concern nationwide, and we recognize its impact. And while the community safety is the priority, it is equally important to ensure that our actions are lawful and do not unfairly infringe upon the rights of small businesses. And I want to make sure this comes across clearly. King Street Oyster Bar understands the seriousness of this situation and the community health concerns with gun violence, and is willing to have the conversations necessary to help alleviate this issue in the community. But respectfully, the police chief's reasoning in her request for revocation of license letter appears to be somewhat extreme. Let me explain. She explains that the violent offense is connected to the operations.
Mr. Savia, all right. Mr. Savia, I'm sorry, sir. I don't care about that. This board did not do that, sir. If you have a specific concern with the chief of police, you need to address it. Where we are, sir, is that we're here. A crime of violence occurred, and we're trying to figure out with some solutions. This is not the forum to say what the conclusions made by the chief is incorrect. If you have a show cause hearing, if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, and if you want to contest that and you want to make those arguments, that is perfectly fine, sir. But this is not the hearing to talk about the conclusions made by the chief of police. There's nothing I can do.
Understood.
I can't do. That's within the chief of police's authority to close the establishment, and this agency was not involved in that decision. The only thing I believe that my agency was when the closure, we were there, but we did not close the establishment, sir. So
right.
That's all I'm saying is that
I wasn't asserting
you
that.
arguing about
Mr.
I know,
Chairman.
but I'm just saying
I thought we were just.
no.
I thought we were just
Go
relaying our position.
Mr. Chairman, could I speak? I'm Jorge Esquerra.
Anyone can speak. I mean, just if you're speaking, you can just identify yourself. I'm
Yes.
just saying is that we're having a fact finding. If we have a fact finding, I'm just saying that this is not the forum to talk about what the chief of police said or did, because even if I was to agree with you, sir, to say she was wrong, I can't do nothing about it because she has the power to do that, irrespective of the agency. Even if the agency disagrees with what she did, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't prevent her from doing it if she wants to do it again, sir. Okay.
Well,
All right.
apologies for the miscommunication.
May I speak, Tristan?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's between you. Go ahead. Identify yourself, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I am Jorge Esquerra. I am one of the licensees. Rick Allison and I are the sole owners of the Oyster Bar. We have 5 locations, and Noma is one of our locations. We are not a big corporation. We are just 2 people trying to do right by their families, our employees, or our communities. And so we really appreciate the opportunity to be at this hearing and to speak. So obviously this has been devastating for all of us. Since the incident happened, we have been hounded by the media to get on camera, to speak our piece and all of that. And we have chosen to remain silent, not because we don't have thoughts or views or what have you, but because we wanted to use a forum like this to just express our thoughts of, first of all, condolences for the people who died. I mean, one of our employees is directly related to one of Mr. Ray, who's an 18-year-old high school graduate. So, we think that, yes, the Oyster Bar has suffered significant losses and damages, but our losses are nothing compared to the loss of life that these people suffered. Now, we definitely want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And we have, since the beginning of time, done things for our community. And Rick Allison, who is the operator of our restaurants, and I am the finance manage finances. He has participated, not all the time, but frequently on security meetings that are held by NOMA BID and the Metropolitan Police Department. And we continue just like we have, or like just like he has demonstrated since the incident happened, that we are here to collaborate, to help, and to take any measures and recommendations that are imposed to us. Now, however, there are some limitations in the sense that we are a business and we are already spending $100,000 in security, and we need to figure out a way where we don't have to be asked to monitor 24/7 our location, because that is really not feasible. But again, we are very open to doing everything we can. Now, there is a few things that were said during this call, and there are some witnesses apparently that said that our employees were present in some of the around, maybe part of the loitering. We are not aware of anyone directly related to the oyster bar being in those premises. And to the extent that if they have a name or something where we can have a conversation with an employee and make sure that that stops, then it would be very helpful for us to get that. Now, we always make sure that our summer patio is free of patrons, that there is no one left on the table, left sitting at the tables. We don't invite them, we don't allow them to stay. However, you are correct when they says that maybe, our current or our past security measures were not enough to dissuade them from sitting there. And we apologize. And again, we are ready to move and make any changes. So now, one of the specifics about this video where we saw the shooter or this individual walking, I do want to point out, and perhaps investigator Miller can confirm, but the bushes that you see in the lower left-hand side of that video, they're actually bushes that are part of a bench, that it is an open community bench, part of the meandering street that separates these two buildings, 22 M Street with the Osma building. But those bushes are really more in front of the Osma building and not in front of the oyster bar. So yes, it was close to the oyster bar, but all of the people that you saw in that video were not in front of the oyster bar. They were farther down. And so, one of the things that is problematic is that there are community benches that are going to invite the loitering and so forth. And we have been advocating for additional security. We actually advocated for NOMA BID to put the eye in the sky camera. That was the footage that was the most helpful and that showed that this incident initiated far down the street, past the street market, I think it's called, and we, along with all of the businesses in that area, were victims and suffered. We have several seats and chairs that had bullet holes. People have said thank you. They saved my life. We have 3 large windows that were shot. It was over, $15,000 in repairs and such. We have 2 TVs that sustained shots, bullet shots, and then we have to replace. So, and yes, because due to the closure of the establishment, we had to pay our employees, and we did. On Friday, after we were reopened, Rick and I had to take $47,000 of our savings to pay for those employees because of the loss of revenue. It's unfortunate, like you said, Mr. Chairman. There's nothing we can do. We cannot go back, but we were just as much victims of the violence as anybody else in the street. Certainly not compared to the loss of life, and I don't want to suggest that it was. But I do appreciate the time to express my thoughts. Chief, I look forward to meeting you. I know that you've met only Rick Allison, but I am going to be more present. And again, we are ready to do anything that is asked, that so long as we can afford it, and to help this situation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Esquire. Any other representation or any questions anyone has of ownership? Captain, you have any questions? Board members, you have any questions? Anyone? Or I'm sorry, you want to say something, Mr. Allison?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions by anyone? Go ahead, Captain.
And I just want to sit there and Jorge, I really appreciate your remarks, and I just want the board to know that this is a changing neighborhood. There's a lot of dynamics that are going in that NOMA area, if you're familiar with it, and the building that's going on. And a lot of this stuff is, even as yesterday, is them participating in the safety walk, the meandering street that he's referring to, those benches, that's all private property. And that sits there, the private property meeting the public space, on top of you're putting tens of thousands of people in an area in a very short time is really a big conversation. And we all need to sit there and focus on how we can address these problems in the future on public and private space. So I just want to sit there and say, Jorge, I do appreciate your comments. And yes, this is a larger discussion. I think that's just, in fairness, I want the board also to sit there and consider that.
I guess the only one question that I want to ask is that because you have a settlement agreement, and the settlement agreement talks about that we need to secure the area. So what is it that moving forward, how is it that the establishment plans to secure the area? Tell me, you've seen it appears that hold on 1 minute. It appears that there are people sitting on your summer garden when your business was closed.
Correct.
And you're because you have a settlement agreement that says that you need to secure the area. So tell us what it is that you plan to put in place to prevent this from occurring.
So right now we have a black rod.
Hold on, this is Mr. Allison.
Sorry, yes. This is Rick Allison. Right now we've had a current black wrought iron fence around the entire property. In the front area where you're specifically talking about, we're not seating that at all. So there's 0 tables and chairs there. We will make sure that gate or that black wrought iron fence goes across the whole thing, so there is no access at all at any time when we're not open. We do have no trespassing signs that are put up right after we close around the entire property. When you go around to the L shape of our other patio, that's a full structure. That structure is self-contained, has electronic sides, and a door that locks. Our furniture stays in that side, and I spoke with the commander, and he agreed that was okay, is to keep it over there as long as it's locked up and the sides are down. There's no reason to run a chain through the actual tables and chairs to keep it locked, because we have a door that locks and they can't get in. And that is our game plan. We already have 2 other cameras that are being installed in the front part of the actual restaurant, and then we're relocating 1 other camera underneath the canopy that'll be able to see what's going on after hours. We also are going to link up with their community with the camera system, so they'll be able to monitor that at times of need, whenever they need to. And then we also have the eye in the sky, literally right outside our restaurant. So we do have currently security staff that works between roughly 4 and from when we close every night of the week. NOMA bid also, or not NOMA bid, RESA, which is the building we're in currently. RESA has security at night, not armed security, that operate between 10 and 6 every day when they walk around their entire property. Not sure, I can't speak for them. I don't think that police officer or security officer tells anyone to leave the area. So we're now working with MPD and we're going to work with NOMA bid because I personally cannot hire an MPD off duty due to my liquor license, but NOMA bid can hire them, and then we can all contribute to that. So we're working between OSMA, which is the owners of Skanska owns that, and then Northwestern Financial, who owns the building that we're in right now currently. That's why we had a meeting yesterday with all the commanders and MPD, and then also the building owners of both establishments.
So, Mr. Allison, I'm going to have, remember I said I can't order you to do anything, but I'm going to ask for something.
Okay.
You talked about cameras. Would you be willing for one of our investigators to do a walkthrough so they can point out any dead spots or any blind spots?
Absolutely. Yeah, for
sure. Or what the amount of cameras that would help? Yeah. Is that something you can agree to?
Definitely.
All right, so we'll have enforcement get in contact with you so they can come and do a walkthrough with you, because I know that you're saying that you're installing cameras, but rather than you just install cameras, maybe someone can give you a professional recommendation about what is required. I mean, you said you're going to get you said that you're going to get two, maybe you only need one. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's something that at least if our investigators do a walkthrough, and I mean we can coordinate that with MPD captain if that's something that you want to be a part of it. If you want to be a part of, so I'll have enforcement reach out to you, Mr. Allison, to make a time when we can come and do a walkthrough to look at your cameras and make recommendations to you. So that's something that you're going to agree to do, to make recommendations with regarding cameras. That's my only ask for this hearing. I'm not sure if there's anything else that the board might ask of you, but that's Go ahead, sir.
Onto that. So the other thing we walked around when we did NOMA bid yesterday and with everyone is the amount of tree coverage on that street is even the cameras are hard to see even when you have trees there or cameras up, because the trees are so full that you can't see through the trees. So they are working, NOMA bid is working to try to trim those up and to kind of make them a little bit, I guess, so people can see through them easier. And I know that's another big issue with that specific block, because all the trees start kind of where our spot is and go all the way up to North Capitol.
Well, I can't order or even ask you to do anything about the trees because Abra might be all powerful, but I don't believe that Abra has any jurisdiction over trees. Okay, but I thank you for that representation.
Appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to bring this here to closure. Is there any concluding statements that anyone wants to make? I can start with you, Captain Augustine.
I just thank you again for having me here. Obviously, through my history in MPD board members, I've been in front of this board many times, and I will sit there and say in this instance, we've the owners at this time at least are been very cooperative and very thoughtful in how we move forward.
Thank you for that representation, Captain.
Thank you.
You see, licensee, the MPD's here. Saying good and wonderful things in front of Abra about you. Okay.
Yes, we have no comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We're great.
Mr. Osavia, is there anything, or either yourself or one of the owners wants to say in closing, sir?
Absolutely. We're going to do everything we can to make sure we're in compliance and we're one with the community. I just want to have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Anderson. What are the next steps look like with respect to
Well, I think in this particular case, when we have a fact-finding hearing, the board can make a determination to see whether or not there were any ABRA violations. If the board determines that there was an ABCA violation, then it's the case that we submit to the Office of Attorney General. I believe that it was determined that there was a settlement violation. I do not recall if that decision was made to send it over to the Office of the Attorney General for them to determine if they will bring a show cause hearing on that issue. But it's more so as in these particular cases, when the investigator goes out and does a case report, the investigator will make a determination whether or not there are any ABCA violation, and if there are ABCA violation, then we'll move forward with that. From what I was told, the only ABCA violation, it was a settlement. There's a settlement agreement violation that talks about the fact that the patio furniture was not secure, and it's the parties negotiated that term, so it's up to the parties to determine or conclude what it means by secured. I mean, I cannot, because ABCA was not a part of the negotiation, so we cannot give any interpretation. But I believe reasonable people can determine what it means by to be secure. But I believe that when I review the document, once the establishment is closed, that patrons or folks should not have access to be utilizing it. So if what I saw, if these were people sitting in the summer garden after closure, then that says to me that it was not closed. I think reasonable people, that it wasn't secure. I believe reasonable minds could agree that this was not, there was no, it was not secure there. But that's there. But anyway, so as I stated before, it's either going to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine and bring a case report, or the board can determine no further action. But the only thing right now that we have all agreed upon is that our enforcement division will come and work with the establishment to look at the camera placements and make recommendations what additional cameras would be necessary, and that's something. And the only reason why I threw that up because the licensee said that they're going to install additional cameras, and so rather than they just install a camera, at least we can use our expertise and provide some guidance about what cameras are needed, and where the cameras should be placed. So you can see, you can have a clear view of the establishment itself. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. Captain, thank you for being here with us always. Mr. Miller, Mr. Allison, Mr. Esquera. Did I do that right, sir?
You did a good job.
All right. Thank you. And of course, Mr. Osavio. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Captain. Take
All
care.
right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. All right, so we're now at the end of our afternoon agenda, so I'm going to officially close our hearing. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on August 28th. For the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for August 28th, as published in the DC Register on August 23rd. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it now has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also would like to thank the board members who have ably participate in our hearings. Thank you very much. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon.